Swami Srila Prabhupada ki jai. ISKCON Kanda Acharya Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda ki jai. Namacharya Vedas Thakur ki jai. Prem se Ho Shri Krishna Caitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda ki jai. Shri Sri Radha Krishna Gopal Vrinda Shyamakund Radha Kundi Govardhana ki jai. Shri Vrindavan Rashmi Dham ki jai. Shri Mayho Nadi Dham ki jai. Gangavaye Churamaye ki jai. Shanti Tulsi Maharam ki jai. Sarveta Bhakta Vrinda ki jai. All glory is to the Lord. Thank you, Krishna. All glory is to the Lord. Thank you, Krishna. All glory is to the Lord. All glory is to the Lord. All glory is to the Lord. Namaste Narasimhaya. Namaste Narasimhaya.
chanting the holy name, one is cleansed of the material concept of life and awakens in the realization of the Lord's transcendental form, qualities, etc. As enunciated by Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, Ketu Tapana Maritma CC Antya 20.12. By chanting the holy name of the Lord, one is cleansed of the material conception of life, which is due to the dirty modes of material nature. When the dirt is cleansed from the core of one's heart, one can realize the form of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Ishvara Paramata Krishna Satchidananda Vigraha. Thus, by hearing the holy name of the Lord, one comes to the platform of understanding the personal form of the Lord. After realizing the Lord's form, one can realize the transcendental qualities of the Lord. And when one can understand the transcendental qualities, one can understand the Lord's associates. In this way, the devotee advances further and further towards complete understanding of the Lord as he awakens in realization of the Lord's holy name, transcendental form, and qualities. His paraphernalia of everything attained. From the Srimad Bhagavatam 7.5.23 to 24. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Bahu Jamukariya Shanti. Bahu Jamukariya Shanti. Govardhana Krishna Pranadam. Govardhana Krishna Pranadam. Rising first of an editor and offenses in chanting the Hare Krishna Mahamantra. Aspires endeavor to chant the holy name of many births, but not get the love of Godhead, which is the ultimate goal of this chanting. The 10 offenses to be avoided are as follows. Number 1. Number 2. Number 3. Number 4. Number 5. Consider the glories of chanting Hare Krishna to the imagination. Number 6. Use some interpretation of the holy name. Number 7. Consider the activities of the holy name. Number 8. Consider the chanting of Hare Krishna my Lord's spiritual activities often arises with activities unattained. Number 9. Instruct the focused person about the glories of the holy name. And number 10. Complete faith in chanting the holy name. Maintain zero attachment to understanding so many instructions on this path. It is also an offense to be inattentive while chanting. Every devotee who claims to be Vaishnava must carefully guard against these offenses in order to quickly achieve the desired success, which is Krishna. Out of our respectful obeisances not to the Vaishnava devotees of the Lord, just like desire trees, they can fulfill the desires of everyone and full of compassion to all the fallen conditions.
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Sit properly. Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram. Sit properly. Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare 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 Ram, Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare 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 Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, Sit properly. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare. Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna Hare Rama Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Rama Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare
Hare Names like Krishna and Govinda. These chants and then names with the Saraya chants or mantras. Why divine hearts to chanting these names? And kindness enables us to easily approach by word names.
vichitra vibhudagriya vimana sochihi. Abhuparam apurvam petya yoga. Maya balena munayas tarato vikuntam. Tadvishvaguru harikritam bhuvanaikavatyam. Divyam vichitra vibhutagriya vimana sochihi. Abhuparam mudham vapurvam upetya yoga. Maya balena munayas tadato vikuntam. Tadvishvaguru adikritam bhuvanaikavadyam. Divyam vichitra vidudagya vimana sochihi. Apuparam mudamapurvam upetya yoga. Maya balena munayas tadato vikuntam. Ladies. Tad Vishvaguru Adikritam Bhuvanaikavadyam. Divyam Vichitra Vibhudagriya Vimana Sochahi. Apuparam mudhamapurvam upetya yoga. Maya balena munayas tadato vikuntam. Tat, then, Vishvaguru, by the teacher of the universe, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Adikritam, predominated, Bhuvana, of the planets, Eka, alone, Vandyam, worthy to be worshipped, Divyam, spiritual, Vichitra, highly decorated, Vibhuda Argya, of the devotees, who are the best of the learned, Vimana, of the airplanes, Sochihi, illuminated, Apuhu, attained, Param, the highest, Mudam, happiness, Apurvam, unprecedented, Upetya, having attained, Yoga Maya, by spiritual potency. Balena, by the influence. Munayaha, the sages. Tat Vaikuntha, ato, that, Vikuntham, Vishnu. Translation. Thus the great sages, Sanak, Sanatan, Sanandan and Sanat Kumar, upon reaching the above-mentioned Vaikuntha in the spiritual world by dint of their mystic yoga performance, perceived unprecedented happiness. They found that the spiritual sky was illuminated by highly decorated airplanes piloted by the best devotees of Vaikuntha and was predominated by the Supreme Personality of Godhead. So just to summarize the purport, and then we'll go to a particular aspect, because this verse was spoken about on Monday. This chapter, Description of the Kingdom of God, has been describing different aspects of Vaikuntha. The flowers that are there, the trees that are there, the birds. Vaikuntha is the realm beyond the material realm. Material realm is known as Kuntha, or place of anxiety. Anxiety for so many reasons. The people in charge, they're not perfect. Material elements break down, the body breaks down, everything's limited. Whereas the spiritual world is unlimited. And Vaikuntha, specifically, it is a place that is free from anxiety. There's no anxiety there. No material anxiety. And one of the reasons given for that state in this purport as we read on is that the personality who predominates in Vaikuntha, and there's many different Vaikuntha planets, so there's many different personalities, but they are all different expansion, different aspects of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. These different names are described in the purport. Madhusudan, Madhava, Narayan, Pradyumna. These the reason we're getting the description of the Kingdom of God is because the sages, Sanak, Sanatan, Sanandan and Sanat Kumar, travel to the spiritual world. And then a particular aspect of the purport, there's travelling, there's what's going on in the spiritual world. There's an aspect of a different personality who's described, and that's, we learn the perfection of the yoga system. One can travel through material space, but can surpass material space and enter the spiritual sky. We learn this fact also from an incident concerning Durvasa Muni and Maharaj Ambarish. It is understood that in 1 year, Durvasa Muni travelled everywhere and went into the spiritual sky to meet the Supreme Personality of Godhead. So I'll discuss a little bit about the incident which brought about the transport, the travel of Durvasa Muni to meet the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Narayan, in the Vaikuntha realm. One of the first books that Srila Prabhupada published was called Easy Journey to Other Planets. And it came out at a particular time when there was the space race going on. It's always been a goal to travel and to travel into outer space. So Srila Prabhupada, he presented another dimension. He upped the ante. He described easy journey to other planets. And not only material planets, but spiritual planets. And he used the terms that were in vogue at the time, the scientific concept of material and anti-material. So we're hearing how by the yoga system one can travel through the different pathways, through the airways, and reach higher realms. Or this is not dependent upon material conveyances. Even now, when the airplanes are flying around on their long distance routes, they have to follow a particular pathway. They get in touch with the air traffic controller and they say, we'll go up to this height and then go here, and then at this point then you go in that direction. There's only particular pathways that you can travel on. The yogis, they knew the pathways by which you could go into the river at one point and then come up in another completely different river at a far distant place. They could travel through a pathway. So the yogis, they can travel by using mystic cities. And it was described that the four sages, they travelled beyond the material realm by exercising the city known as, I can't remember the name of it, but it was the city which enabled them to become lighter than the lightest. The reason why you have to have a big rocket to get up into outer space is that you have to overcome the heavy weight of gravity. You have to use all of this propulsive energy to get beyond the pull of gravity. Whereas the sages, they just didn't have any weight. They became lighter than lightest. They could traverse everywhere. So suddenly they found themselves at the door of Vaikuntha. You can travel there, but there's no mention that they entered into the realm of Vaikuntha and stayed there. They travelled there and they came back. They had particular desires. The incident about Durvasa Muni, who was a great yogi, very powerful yogi. He was a partial manifestation of Lord Shiva. Lord Shiva has another name which is Rudra, and there is a principle in the material world. Rudra is the anger principle, the very powerful energy, the very the thunderclaps. That's the lion, the ability to capture and devour other lesser beings. This is the Rudra principle. So Durvasa Muni was possessed of the Rudra principle. He was a great yogi, but he was considered to be a Brahmana, an elevated Brahmana. Brahmana is one who is considered to be the first class individual when you talk about the classification of different levels of civilized beings. So the Brahmana is the first class. They know how to control their senses. They know how to control their mind. They know how to perform austerities. They know how to exist, to maintain their existence in the mode of goodness. And in the mode of goodness, one can feel satisfaction, peace, and see things clearly. Whereas the anxiety which is there is also, it's exacerbated because people, they get caught up in the lower modes, the modes of passion and ignorance. And that classifies a different type of living entity. You're not first class, you're second class, you're third class, even down to 10th class. In contrast to this great Brahmana, we have Ambarish Maharaj. Ambarish Maharaj is considered to be a very exemplary example of a pure devotee. There's a difference between a self-realized Brahmana who has gotten to a certain stage of self-realization and a Vaishnava. Their level of realization, they already practice the behavior of a Brahmana, but then they become more self-realized. In spiritual terms, there's perfect, more perfect, and most perfect. So to be self-realized on a particular level, that I'm not the body, is considered perfect. I'm not the body is a lump of matter, it's subject to birth, death, old age and disease, decay, and therefore is anxiety. If you think that you're the body, then after a certain period of time the body is going to break down, it's going to let you down, and you're going to be in distress if you don't know that you're not the body. The body, you believe you're the body, that's the end of everything, so I'm worried about that time. So somebody who understands that they're not the body, then that's perfect. I'm not the body, I'm a spiritual living entity. That's perfect. You're no longer bound to this material existence. Higher than that, more perfect, is to understand as a spiritual entity, what is my business? You know what the body's supposed to do? The body is eat, sleep, mate and defend. That's the business of the material body. We have higher quality of those activities in the human form of body, but unless we use them for the facility of the developed brain, the ability to rationalize and to ask questions, then we're basically just polished animals. So I'm not the body, I'm a spiritual entity. What am I supposed to do? Body, eat, sleep, mate and defend. A spiritual entity, what am I supposed to do? I'm supposed to inquire about the nature of the absolute truth. I'm supposed to understand, where have I come from? Why am I here? Why am I suffering? Where can I go in order to live in a proper state in a spiritual existence? So that's more perfect knowledge. I'm not this body, I'm a spirit soul, I'm a servant of Krishna. Most perfect is, who is Krishna? What is the nature of my relationship with the Supreme Spirit? How can I develop that relationship? How can I connect with that personality? So the Vaishnava, and Maharaj Ambarish is the example of the perfect Vaishnava, the pure devotee, he exists on that level. Brahmana is an exalted personality. The Lord is very favourably disposed to Brahmanas. He considers them to be very worshipable. He shows by his own behaviour. When his good friend from school, who was a Brahmana, came to visit him, even though he was a poor, impoverished Brahmana, he got down from his exalted seat and placed his friend on the seat and worshipped him, showing how we should offer proper respect to the Brahmanas. Devasa Muni, he's involved in a different incident here. He arrives the day after Ekadasi. Yesterday was Ekadasi. So the day after Ekadasi, he arrived at the place where Maharaj Ambarish was. He was the king, the great king. So after Ekadasi, and yesterday was called Pandava Nirjala Ekadasi, where if you've had any discrepancy in your observance of the previous Ekadasis, Ekadasi is a vow, a vrata, act of penance in order to purify your existence. If there's 26 Ekadasis in a year, if on one of those previous Ekadasis you haven't followed properly, you can make up for it. Or if you haven't followed any Ekadasi, which was the case with Bhima, one particular Ekadasi encapsulates the benefit of all the other Ekadasis. So if you follow that Ekadasi fully, the vow involves fasting and avoiding even water, and also staying awake all night, and hearing and chanting. So, about the Supreme Personality of Godhead. So, Maharaj Ambarish had been observing this Ekadasi vow. It was the time, because you perform a vow, you perform a sacrifice like that, then there are auspicious times to break that fast. Is it published what's the auspicious time to break the Ekadasi fast? Is the Ekadasi? 6:05, so it is 4 hours. Okay, so we're not going to hold you up. Maharaj Ambarish was in a situation where he had been observing the fast and he was ready to break the fast. At that time, Devasa Muni appeared. Devasa Muni, being a Brahmana, being respectable and worthy of worship, he approached Maharaj Ambarish, and Maharaj Ambarish said, "Please come. I can give you some shelter. I can give you some. Take a meal." When you have a guest arrive, an uninvited guest, then your obligation is to look after your guest first. There's a principle called Atiti Bhagavan Seva. You're at home, you're about to sit down and have your meal, suddenly you get a knock on the door, somebody comes to the door, and if they are a qualified guest, they're not just anybody actually who comes to your door. You should offer them sweet words, a place to sit, a glass of water. You should make them feel welcome. So Maharaj Ambarish is in this situation, and Devasa Muni appears. So in order to accept a meal, Brahmanas, they also have their regulated practices. The devotees are supposed to bathe regularly. So the time was approaching the time to break the fast, but Devasa Muni also, before he was to have a meal, he wanted to take a bath. So Maharaj Ambarish, he took it all in his stride. He didn't panic. He understood that, okay, go and take your bath and come back and I'll serve you. At the same time, he was aware that in order to fulfill his vow timely and for the pleasure of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, he should break his fast. So there were some other Brahmanas there who were in the court of the king, and he consulted with them. So this is the situation. I've got a guest. I should feed him before I take any food stuff. I should satisfy him and they get their blessings. What should I do? Now's the time. It's the auspicious time. I should break the fast. And the other Brahmanas who were conversant in the laws of Dharma to a particular extent, they consulted amongst themselves and they couldn't come to any conclusion. So Maharaj Ambarish said, okay, in order to not disturb the Brahmana, in order not to disturb the vow, I will not eat, but I'll take some water. Water is considered to be breaking a fast, but not breaking a fast. If you can't fast completely, then you take some water. Even these Ekadasi fasts that we're observing, if you can't fast all day without water, then fast half a day. If you can't not take water, then take water. If you can't avoid taking any eatables, then take some milk. Avoid grains and beans, which are considered heavy and giving you strength. On Ekadasi, sometimes people are a little bit weak because they haven't got their normal dose of... In India, we had some workers, they came and delivered a truckload of marble. And they're vegetarians, they're working hard, but halfway through they ran out of puff. So they went to the local restaurant and they just got a great big plate of rice and just ate until their heart's content and came back full of power and energy again. Grains give energy, give their strength. They're very dense food, they're very heavy, they weigh you down. So if you avoid them, then it's still like fasting. It's light food and it gives you a chance to use your energy for contemplating higher things rather than the body. It's also said that if you do the fast, if you make a vow to follow the fast, but during the period of the fast, and you're going to keep fasting, but if you start thinking about what you're going to eat to break the fast, then in reality you've broken the fast. You've not followed the principle. And in the early days when the first Prabhupada, he never introduced the staying awake all night and the severe austerities. It was said that, okay, don't push yourself that hard, don't stay awake all night, I tried it once. And And I was chanting. After it was 10 o'clock, and I knew I had some rounds. And then I looked at my watch again. It was 12 or 1, and I'd managed to chant about 2 rounds. I was really spaced. And then everything started turning green. I was hallucinating. So I thought, hang on, it's not for me. I'm not mature enough to do this. So I went and took rest. And there are some people who will become practiced at the austerity, and they do it. It's natural for them. And then the next day, after staying awake all night, they do a full day of service. They haven't been interrupted in their normal flow. But if you're not capable of doing that, then take a lesser level. Even if you can't fast for half a day, then if you just read, you hear about the particular Codicy, you get the benefit of practicing a Codicy without going beyond your means. So Maharaj Ambarish, he was aware that he'd fasted. It was time to break the fast, and so he didn't want to offend his guest. He took some water. Lo and behold, Devasa Muni came back from taking his bath, and he, by his perceptive powers, he could see there are different skills that you can develop. One is called physiognomy, where you can look at a person's features and you can understand what's their nature, where they've come from, what's their mode of living. So he could tell that Maharaj Ambarish was not dry from fasting. And he said, he's taken some water. This is an offence. As Prabhupada describes in that section on Maharaj Ambarish and Devasa Muni, it was a very pithy offence, a very minor offence. But Devasa Muni, not being on the topmost level, the pastime helps to display the difference between an exalted Brahmana, a saintly person like that, and a Vaishnava. So the Brahmana thought, he's committed an offence. He's committed an offence against me. He's an offender. He should be punished. He's a king, and I'm a great Brahmana, so he's a big king, and I'm a great Brahmana, I'm used to getting angry. And so what he did was, he was having matted locks, he tore a tuft of hair from his head, and he threw it down with heavy mantras, high-sounding words, and he created a demon, a ferocious demon, very powerful, fiery, and he intended for that demon to punish Maharaj Ambarish. Maharaj Ambarish, being the devotee, didn't even try to protect himself. He was undisturbed. He stood there, he was meditating, he was just aware of his duties and trying to please the Supreme Personality of Godhead. He wasn't fazed by the demon. The demon, he was quelled. His energy was surpassed by the protective energy of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who sent his disc, his blazing disc called the Sudarshan Chakra. Sudarshan Chakra quelled the demon, protected the devotee, and then went on to punish Maharaj and Devasa Muni. Brahmanas, they can become very powerful, and within that power, they can understand the laws of the universe. They can adjust. The yogi can adjust the laws of nature. But Brahmanas, if they're a little bit proud, they can also get involved in cursing. And their curses, if they curse you, they can unleash powerful energies. So most people, being aware of the power and the aspect of a Brahmana, they're very careful. They tiptoe around them. They don't want to offend them. But if you're not powerful enough, the curse that you unleash, it can come back on you. So, and when you do use your Brahma Tejas, your energy, to utter a curse, then you're diminishing your benefit, the austerities, the benefits that you've achieved from those austerities. So it's risky business. Devasa Muni, he was used to it. He was doing it often. You can hear about some of his other incidents. People were very frightened of him. But not this case. Maharaj Ambarish, he just respectfully accepted whatever was happening. The Sudarshan Chakra saved him, and then went about chasing Devasa Muni. He felt the disc just behind him, harassing him. He felt the heat. So he just started traveling all over the place, trying to get away from the disc. He went all over the material creation, and then he actually, at the end, in the material creation, he went to the topmost levels within the material creation. He went and saw Lord Brahma. He went and saw Lord Brahma, the creator of the material cosmos. And he asked, can you help me? Can you protect me? Can you save me? Lord Brahma, very powerful. He resides on the planet Brahmaloka. Devasa Muni, he went and took residence there. It's easy to get there. Brahma, he's the chief there. And he's created the whole material. But he informed Devasa Muni, sorry, this is not my energy. It's coming from another realm. I cannot counteract this energy. Go and see somebody higher than me. So Devasa Muni went to see Lord Shiva. He was a partial manifestation of Lord Shiva, and he felt that he could get shelter from Lord Shiva. He went to see Lord Shiva. Lord Shiva also said, this is not my energy. This energy is coming from the Supreme Personality of God. Vishnu, he's the one who can protect you. There was another demon who got a benediction from Lord Shiva. He performed austerities. He was sitting for a long time. Just an austerity means you sacrifice your time. He was sitting in front of a fire and he was sacrificing his time. He was chanting mantras and he was cutting off pieces of his own flesh to offer them into the fire. In the fire, you have to feed the fire. So he was feeding the fire with his own flesh. But he wasn't getting the result he wanted. So eventually he got to the point where he said, he took a bath, he bathed his head, made his head and his body clean. He was going to cut his head off and throw that into the fire. At that point, the personality, Lord Shiva, who was receiving or hearing his pleas, he appeared. And he said, what's wrong with you? Don't do that. Why are you so hell-bent on these nasty austerities in order to get something? I'm satisfied. I can't tolerate what you're doing anymore. What do you want? And he said, then this demon, Vrikashura, I think his name was. He said, I want a benediction. I want power. You worship these other demigods to get power. And there's a lot of nasty people who are worshipping the black side of things, the Satan, and they're getting power to control and manipulate. But it's dirty, very dirty. So Lord Shiva, he came and he gave him the benediction. The benediction this demon wanted was that he wanted the power that by his very touch, his finger, he could touch somebody and they would burst into 1,000 pieces. So Lord Shiva said, okay, so be it, have the benediction. And then the nasty demon, he looked at Lord Shiva and he thought, and Lord Shiva could read his mind, being aware of the subtle energies, he wants to exercise that power on me. So Lord Shiva he took off. And he went, eventually, he couldn't escape from him, he went and took shot of Lord Vishnu. Lord Vishnu said, okay, leave it in my hands. Lord Vishnu appeared as a little Brahmana boy, and he came and appeared before the demon and said, hey, well, who do you think you are? What's going on? What are you so fired up about? He said, well, I got this benediction, Lord Shiva, and I want to exercise. He said, well, how do you know? How are you sure that Lord Shiva has actually given you that benediction? You're wasting your time. You should test it out. So the little boy, in an innocent way, appeased and appealed to the demon. He said, why don't you just test it on yourself? So the demon, being a little bit in the mode of ignorance, a little bit silly, he thought, yeah, I better do that before I get myself into more trouble. He put his finger on his head, and his head burst into 1,000 pieces. So Lord Vishnu was smart enough to outwit this nasty demon and put him in his place. Devasa Muni, he's been advised, go and see Lord Vishnu again. He will help to deal with this situation you're in. So Devasa Muni, he went to the spiritual world. Just a little bit, just imagine or just think about his motivation. Why is he traveling like this? Why do people travel? They want to get something better. They want to enjoy in a different way. They want to experience something. So he wants a relief from the misery which he's created himself. So he can go to the spiritual world to take shelter of Lord Vishnu. Lord Vishnu in the Vaikuntha realm, he understands everything, and he has an attitude towards Devasa Muni, mainly because it's his energy from Narayan which sent the Sudarshan to protect his devotee. So he's an offender to one of his devotees. But he's a Brahmana, he's an exalted personality. Brahmanas should be punished in a certain way. All living entities, if you do something wrong, you're going to get punishment. Brahmanas should not be killed. It's a great offense to kill a Brahmana. Equivalent to killing is to blaspheme or say something nasty about a Brahmana. To just speak ill words about a Brahmana. That's equivalent to killing. That's considered to be one of the main sinful activities that one can perform. To kill a Brahmana, to blaspheme a Brahmana, to kill cows. There's 5 mahapap, great sinful activities. So the punishment for a Brahmana normally is to, in the case of Ashvatthama, was to make him look funny, to cut the jewel off his head and to shave his beard in a funny way, to disfigure him, to disrespect him. And that was equivalent. If you lose your honour, then it has a major effect on you. I'm supposed to be a Brahmana, I'm supposed to be self-controlled. Now everybody will think of me as one of those abominable snowmen. Ashvatthama is wandering around in the Himalayas still, but as somebody who's frightening and not somebody who's pleasurable. Brahmana is supposed to have, attractive qualities. So Devasa Muni, he was harassed by the disc, and he had to try and escape. He was being punished, and it took him a year. Often we get punished by illness or some other type of karma. You can get car karma, you can get financial karma, you can get the inability to control your senses, you can get addicted to certain things. This is a punishment for activities we've done previously. In due course of time, that punishment will come to an end. You can worry so much about illness, you can go to all different doctors and stuff like that. If you just pay the price, you perform austerities, you control your mind, control your senses, you just understand the problem with your attitude. You go to the doctor and you pay the price for an operation, you get the proper medicine. Then in due course of time, that reaction will subside. It's a time thing. So Devasa Muni, he spent a year trying to avoid this reaction catching up with him. Fortunately, because he's come in contact with a great devotee, Maharaj Ambarish, and now he's in Vaikuntha, he's with the Supreme Personality of Godhead, they're showing mercy upon him. But it's not easy. He had a bad mentality. He thought, he's just drunk some water. I'm going to kill him. He's the king. He did something wrong. He didn't properly honour me. So I'll kill him. So for that extreme misuse of power, this was his punishment. He gets to Vaikuntha, he meets Lord Narayan, and Lord Narayan offers him respect, but at the same time he says to him, okay, my dear Brahmana, my wise Brahmana, what type of Brahmana are you? A Brahmana is supposed to be learned, but in your ignorance, now you're running in fear of your life. You're worried about your body. And this great devotee, the king, okay, he should be worked with rather than sentenced to death for just drinking some water. The value, you can't understand the value. You can't understand the value of a devotee. You're an exalted personality. You're very learned, but you haven't actually got to the topmost level of truth. You've understood Dharma, but just the externals of Dharma, the internals of Dharma, as Krishna says in Bhagavad Gita, Sarvadhamam prityagya mamekam sharanam braja. Abandon all varieties of religion and just surrender to me. Don't think that you're a great personality, that you understand everything. Understand that you're insignificant and understand how great the Supreme is and take shelter. Surrender to the Supreme. Recognize your little position. We're small. We're minuscule, we're small, we're very weak. And the power that we've got is borrowed power. We've got it because we've actually done something pious. We've actually come in contact with some spiritual devotees, spiritual foodstuff, spiritual activity. And that has given us spiritual benefit. Therefore, we're not in complete illusion. So Lord Narayan, he talked to Devasa Muni, and he, out of mercy, explained to him, Maharaj Ambarish is a great soul. You've committed an offence, so therefore this is the situation you're in. Why did you do that? Don't you understand who is a devotee? Well, sometimes we're with devotees and we're with our friends who are devotees, and we become a little bit complacent, a little bit relaxed. We forget the quality of the devotees. We take them for just ordinary people. In order to remind ourselves every now and then, we need to scratch under the surface. We need to experience the exalted nature of the personalities that we're with. So you need to inquire from them. What's your realization? What do you know about Krishna? Can you tell me something about your journey on the path back to Godhead? Who are you? Where did you come from? What's your goal in life? We need to remember who we're with. So Maharaj Ambarish began this enlightenment for Devasa Muni by just giving his association, by displaying that behavior of not being frightened of the demon he created. And now further, he's in the association, Devasa Muni is in the association of Lord Narayan, and he's going to instruct him. And he instructs him in a nice way. He gets on his case badly. To be chastised is actually quite good. And Devasa Muni, he accepted the chastisement and he started to wake up because he could sense that Narayan, the Supreme Personality of God, it was not like anybody else. He wasn't envious of him. He didn't want to take the mickey out of him. He didn't want to bring him down. He felt compassion. He was concerned about his welfare. So Narayan, he explains to him, and slowly, Devasa Muni has been performing many austerities and is powerful, but hasn't understood the topmost goal of yoga, the topmost goal of study, the topmost goal of being a servant. Slowly. And the truth that is revealed to him is that the devotees are within the heart of the Lord. Because they're so dear to the Lord, then the Lord is within their hearts. The Lord is purchased by the love of the devotee. Devasa Muni asks, how is it that the devotees control you? It's their love, their pure desire to please me, to serve me. That's the thing that controls me. I'm a seeker for that love. And Lord Narayan, he appears as Lord Caitanya because he wants to taste that love. He wants to experience the love that the topmost servant, Radharani, has for Krishna. So Devasa Muni eventually understands, and he starts speaking about, okay, in order to please you, to get freed from this great offence I've committed, I've got to go and beg for forgiveness from the devotee. So after a year of travelling and getting the hard lesson beaten into his head by the pain, the heat of the Sudarshan, and then Lord Narayan explaining to him, he goes and falls at the feet of Maharaj Ambarish and begs him for forgiveness. Maharaj Ambarish immediately can see, because the devotee, they're not just happy. The Brahmana, they get into the mode of goodness and they have a feeling of happiness. But there can be some contamination of that. You feel better than others. But the devotee, he felt the distress that this other personality was feeling. He could sense that he was suffering because of his ignorance. So he prayed to the Sudarshan and described the glories of Sudarshan and said, please show your mercy to Devasa Muni. And eventually the Sudarshan, under the desire of the devotee and understanding that the offence was not taken by the devotee, Maharaj Ambarish had been standing there for 1 year, hadn't eaten anything, waiting for his guest to come back because he wanted to feed him. So he understood, so the Sudarshan chakra stopped burning Devasa Muni, and he more fully appreciated the nature of the devotee. He started wanting to associate with devotees, wanting to engage in service. I believe that later on in he did get more association, and he did become more perfected as a devotee. So this is just to illustrate the ability of the yogi compared to the wonderful qualities of the devotee. All of the mystic perfections, all of those, and liberation, they're waiting to serve the devotee. But the devotee's not interested in them. If they have to exercise them, they can. But they're not. It's not the goal. The goal of the devotee is to just render unalloyed service in a selfless way to the Supreme Personality of Godhead and to other devotees, to appreciate the devotees, because the devotees are very important, very dear to Krishna. Krishna, he says, Lord Shiva actually, he pronounces it, that the topmost worship in this world is of Lord Vishnu, but higher than the worship of Lord Vishnu is the worship of those things dear to Lord Vishnu, and the devotees are one of those items. So to worship the devotees is higher than to worship Lord Vishnu. So that's a little bit of what came from just one aspect of that purport. There's so much more, and there's so much more about Devasa Muni and Maharaj Ambarush and Lord Narayan in the Vaikuntha realm, which we can hear about. It's said that if one just even hears, like I was saying, if you just hear the glories of a particular Codicy, you get the benefit. So one just hears the nature of Maharaj Ambarush, then one is guaranteed in the future to become a pure devotee. So by hearing, by contemplating, by wondering, how am I going to get out of here? Why am I suffering? That's the way to achieve that. And then to go and associate with people who seem to be developed and advanced on that path. You have to check. You have to check. It's not just enough to think, okay, they can speak nice words. Well, what are they doing? What's their behavior? Then by associating with such people and hearing about their behavior and about their goals and about devotional service, about why we chant Hare Krishna, why we do so many things, then perfection can be there. Not just perfection, more perfect and most perfect. We never have to come back here again to this place of repeated birth and death. So there's only a few minutes left before the next part of the program is. Does anybody have any questions or any comments? Julian.
Thank you for wonderful class, Prabhu. On the pastime of Ambarish Maharaj and Durvasa Muni, although Ambarish Maharaj didn't intend to offend Durvasa Muni, but he got offended and somehow somewhat punished to some degree. So like in dealing with the devotees, sometimes we didn't intend to commit offense, but sometimes, actually many times people got offended. So how do we not offend the devotees? And also, how do we counteract those kind of offense?
Two wrongs don't make a right. You can't counteract. One of the statements that Lord Narayan made to Devasa Muni was that he's within the heart of Devasa Muni, and it was he who gave him the power to do that wrong. So sometimes we're in a situation where unknowingly we commit an offence, and if we are sincere, we can understand that there's another force at play, that we have to get closer to that personality. We have to go through some distance, some distress, in order to understand the nature of the people we're dealing with. And then when we come to our senses and we understand, okay, I took for granted this situation, but somehow or other by my previous existence or anything, I'm offensive. Basically, we are offensive. To be here in the material world means we're offensive. We're envious of the Supreme Personality of God. We wanted to come here and enjoy separately from Him. So at that time, we go and we inquire. We take shelter. We can work out where is the situation where I can get relief. And we go and we offer respects. We beg for forgiveness. And that personality might say, Well, I wasn't aware of anything. Yeah, be forgiven. Or they might say, yes, that was a grievous offence. I'm never going to forgive you. So then you have to work out a way to please them. And that could take a long time. Narottam Das Thakur, he couldn't get the mercy of his spiritual master. He said, I'm not going to accept any disciples. So he spent a year serving him. And eventually he performed such a wonderful service. He was cleaning up his toilet. And then his spiritual master recognized him. So it takes time. But at least the beginning of rectifying something is understanding that you've done something wrong. Or something is not right in the situation, in the air, in the atmosphere. I'm too proud. I'm too confident. I'm too passionate. So therefore let me try and adjust my behaviour and see if I can get more clearly what's wrong. And then afterwards, Jagai and Madho, they were forgiven from their offences. They were forgiven, but they wanted to make amends for all of these sins that they'd committed. They gave everybody whose family who they'd committed some offence, they looked after them, gave them funds, they made sure that the guts were clean. They went out of their way to look after the people that they had offended. Is that okay?
Thank you.
I'm not sure how to frame this question. Because Durvasa Muni was able to go to Vaikuntha, right? Visit Lord Vishnu so easily. Yet he was so, like Krishna himself, you said, Vishnu asked him, what kind of Brahmana are you? You know, like, can't even control your anger, your senses, basically. Such a simple, wasn't even offensive. He had to break his fast. He has his duties as well. The king had a duty to break his fast. So it would appear that Durvasa Muni was acting out of so much ignorance. Yet he had so many siddhis. It's so contradictory.
Well, our path to perfection, it's not a straight path. Those from Strata to Prem, we can be highly developed in one thing, but we can be complete neophyte in another level. It works in a spiral form, so that you're moving forward, but there's certain, and devotional service, it's not a straight path, it's a crooked path. So to have, like we might be a self-realized business devotee, but we might be useless when it comes to doing puja. We might have great respect for prasadam, but for gardening or cows, then there's something amiss. So any item of devotional service, any aspect of spiritual austerity, you get benefit. And you get benefit, you can offer that benefit, you can offer the results of your austerities to people. But still, it's better to protect everything, to not extend yourself beyond you're capable of. Don't speak beyond your realization. Don't get yourself into trouble. Be aware of how vulnerable you are. To get to Vaikuntha, I understand, Prabhupada, he was described that wherever you are, that is Vrindavan. It's a state of consciousness. When you understand, even in the four Kumaras, they went to Vaikuntha because they'd had a discussion with their father, Lord Brahma, who described the nature of the Supreme Personality of Godhead to them. So they heard about it, but because their level of Krishna consciousness was not developed like that, they were still impersonalists. When they got there and they smelt the tulsi leaves on the feet of Lord Narayana, he came in and said, this is Krishna, this is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Whereas before they were absorbed in an impersonal level of realization, they were jnanis. So still they had the adhikar. So yogis, by mystic perfection, they can travel to different planets. And Vaikuntha, but you can't stay there. You don't stay there unless you're qualified. And even Jai and Vijay, because there's an argument, not even a leaf falls from Vaikuntha, they went back. They came down for a particular purpose to facilitate the desire of the Lord to fight. And so many activities were there. So how to understand it? Just be careful. Be careful and aim for purification, this desire. And if something comes along and it seems like a disturbance, accept it. This is Krishna's arrangement, and I can tolerate that. Devotees are considered, again, wonderful. Narayana, they don't mind going to hell because they've experienced so much up and down in their life now. Devotional service has been their goal. So even if they go to a hellish place, as long as they can engage in devotional service, they're satisfied. So even here where we feel like everything's going nicely, but something goes wrong, okay, well there's still devotional service to do. Got nothing else to do. I can chant, I can serve, I can clean, I can offer some prasadam for the devotees. Turn to Goloka Vrindavan. Can anybody go to Goloka Vrindavan? Potentially, yes. And it's said from the Caitanya Caritamrita that there are two types of lovers of Krishna. There are those who are engaged in the activity which is being described, and those who hear about it. So you can enter into the spiritual world. We're hearing about the spiritual world. And our consciousness can be there. It's just a bit of time. And actually we're blessed. That's what we're heading for. It's said that in due course of time you'll become a pure devotee. In due course of back to God. That's where you'll end up. How long it takes, that's not stated. Goloka Vrindavan, you've got to get the mercy of the devotees. So he had the mystic city, Lord Brahma. He could go to a high planet, high realm, but he couldn't go beyond that. I mean, he had to fall down. Aruri Krichena, unless you have developed that attachment to the lotus feet of the Lord, you can't stay there. He had to come back down and take shelter of Maharaj Ambarish, and he had to then get more instruction, more association with devotees so that he could actually clarify, clean up, purify the things that were preventing him, the ignorance that was there.
So you got like Vishnu and Narayan and then Krishna. There's obviously levels of realization to come about and be in the presence of those.
Yeah, there's Brahman, Paramatma, and Bhagavan.
Yeah.
So we're liberated. As soon as you walk in the door of the temple here, you're liberated. You understand this is a nice place and I want to be here. That's liberation. I don't want to be in the material world. I'm free from that. But then there's different levels of liberation, different levels of realization. Your realization of the nature of the absolute truth could be on the level of Brahman. And you can test that. What is your... Are you looking for mystic cities? Are you looking for freedom from material miseries? What is it? What is your goal? And then eventually Bhagavan. Do you understand the nature of the personality of God? Do you understand? Do you relate to him as a person? You can do deity worship, like you can get in Brahman initiated. I know for myself, and I'm chanting the mantras 3 times a day. But so often I'm under pressure and I'm not comfortable and I'm not focusing, and I'm just chanting the mantras in order to finish my rounds, to finish the Gayatri. But each of those mantras is fully imbued with the aspect of the love for the Supreme Personality of Godhead. We're talking about persons. So it takes time to develop. As Mukunda Maharaj says, he had a realization with Prabhupada. It takes a long time to learn to love someone, and even longer to learn how to please them. So at the moment we just sort of respect. We've got some modicum of respect. And so we're approaching at that level. So the more respect, the more service we can do, the more understanding, the more intimate the service we can get, and that will give us more access to a higher level of realization. It takes time. Unless you get special blessings, unless you're in the association of advanced devotees all the time. And that's the secret. Seek out advanced devotees.
Thank you, Prabhu, for your teachings this morning. I would like to ask a question about the chakra that you were talking about, the fire spinning disc.
Yeah.
What was the name, and if we have time, can you explain a little bit further
on that chakra?
It's a vast subject. This chakra is known as Sudarshan. Sudarshan. Darshan means to see. Su is very auspicious. Sudarshan it manifests. He manifests in the form of a razor-sharp disc, which is the personal weapon of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Sudarshan, it indicates the glance of the Lord. It's by this Sudarshan, by this glance, the Lord, He creates the material world by His glance. He doesn't come here and just by glancing over it. The Sudarshan is the personification of that glance and manifests as a weapon, as a personality that the Lord is very attached to. You see on the right, top right, there are motifs or objects which are connected with Supreme Personality of God. So on the top right, in the front of the marble altar, there's a disc.
I see.
And then next to it is probably a conch, and on this one we've got, no, here's the conch and here's the lotus. So it must be the club. The club and the disc are there. They're items which are associated with, connected with the Supreme Personality of Godhead.
Thank you, Prabhu.
Chakra. Okay, thank you. Thank you for your time. Hope you had a good Ekadasi. Ekadasi is devotional service. To honor Brahmanas, that's a religious activity. Ekadasi is a spiritual activity. The goal of Ekadasi is to please the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Mother of Devotion. Hare Krishna. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.